Hello. Hold on. Let me switch to... Where is it? Oh! There she is. Here she is. Hello everyone. A long time no see. Jeez. That streaming took me actually forever to get back to. Mostly due to absolutely insane work schedule. Now I have a little bit of a downtime until it starts all over again next week. So there you are. Mama Cat! Hello! I switched a little bit my cat cam, mostly because Doris is sleeping on her big ass squishmallow. Thank you so much to my wonderful mod, Queen V, who managed to snatch one for me. Then obviously like shipped everything. It was like a, yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at her. So since she loves that squishmallow and she's been like sleeping on it for a while, I just activated the cat cam right next to me. Why is my ooh, Jesus. My chat not showing. It's kind of like weird. I didn't know that it would actually scroll up. It's kind of weird. Well, now the YouTube refresh. Pretty sure that the chat was supposed to work. Let me just try to fix that before I start. But yeah, how are you guys? I hope everything has been doing very cool, you know, nice and easy. Not too bad. Well, chat decided to not show up today. Tragic. It's fine. This, as the title of the stream mentioned, is going to be the finale of the game. Like, actual finale. No, you know, no bamboozle situation. I kind of like had to double check where I was before I started stream. And yeah, we are at the end of the whole story. So that's going to be kind of like nice. Cat cam is going to be activated for the remaining time that Dismiss is here. I'll figure on the life stuff. I'm struggling. Stuff I've come up with repair wise. Work has been insane. Oh my god, Mama Cat. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, where do I even start? Just like the workload, from just like everything that happens outside, like the social life kind of aspect. Obviously it doesn't really affect me directly, as in, you know, it's not something that happens to me, but a lot of like either like drama that happens around me. And when I mean drama is basically like one of my colleague is like most likely getting a divorce, and that's a thing. But there's like also friends with deeper like health issues and whatnot. Like there's no end to it. But I was itching to stream again, really, because man, it's been a while. And before obviously I started my contract, I was pretty consistent with my stream, mostly because I had nothing else to do. But ever since that, you know, work have been back in my life, yeah, you guys are kind of like living my regular life schedule, aka pure chaos. Because yeah, usually like when I work like all week, from anywhere from 4 days minimum all the way to 6 days per week. And let me tell you, streaming is not in my top priority, even though I really wish I had a little bit more energy for that. Okay, So this is the investigation part of episode 5. We're in part 3, so that's almost the end. Let me try to do the recap here. So, the victim in the story is Elise Donim, aka Misty Faye, aka Maya's mother, and Mia's mother, actually. She was found murdered. Right now, the prime suspect seems to be, I believe it's Maya. Yes, I believe it's Maya. Because Maya was kind of stuck inside the inner temple to train. And apparently the body was murdered at the inner temple and then was found, where is it? Okay. And was found in between the Hazakura Temple and Heavenly Hall. It's kind of like in between. I don't have as much time to watch streams. I feel lucky I was able to catch a few today. Yeah, no, I absolutely get that. That's why, like, even VODs is always good. Sometimes I try to jump in. Like, I've been heavy lurking in a lot of, like, my friends' stream. Like, I would, like, jump in, drop a like, and then I would hop out. And then eventually listen to the VOD as I'm doing things, like chores and whatnot. But I've been terrible. I think the only consistent streams so far, and I've been missing a few, is Dan's stream, because I'm mod for him. But aside from that, like, even he knows, like, I'm a mod lurker. Like, I announce myself, I keep the chat up, and sometimes I have to mute his stream. And I just have the chat up so I can, like, monitor basically what is said. So yeah. Now, because now we discovered that the murder happened in the inner temple, and the body was somehow thrown, or at least moved from the inner temple to close to Heavenly Hall. Maya is now a suspect, and we are now investigating the whole thing. So let me move to main gate. I think, okay. So, no, I did that. Talk, Morgan and Iris. Now that I know that she's, okay. She basically told us that, Elise was actually Misty Faye. So, should I go to courtyard? Let's go. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that? Hold on. What tune is that they're humming? Okay. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Okay. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room of Kurain. I love my job. Aw, Gumshoe. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? Oh, it's because it's incriminating Maya. That's not what investigating's all about. Aw. I love him. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. What? The beat is not reggae. I think in Japanese, would it be translated to like Japanese folk music, I think? Very, like, classical. Hey, pal. Huh? Who? Me? How long have you been there? I just got there. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Promise I would find the real murder weapon. Oh, yeah. Exactly, because the sword was way too big for it to be the murder weapon. And in court, we proved that, obviously, once you stab someone, it's pulling out the weapon that would, like, generate a lot of blood. And pulling out this specific weapon is not going to how can I say? The realism of the wound is not going to work. My brain is currently thinking in French like real hard. So forgive me as everything boots up in my brain. I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case though. A letter. Okay. Investigation. So how is the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. It looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. Okay. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back in HQ. What? You mean? Yeah, Maya's name. I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godo. Oh. Godo? What did he mean by that? Okay, letter. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old paper. Burnt up old letter? Did that say paper? Jesus. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. Dynamic Tempo, hello, hello. How are you? The incinerator? I knew it. I knew it. I wasn't imagining it. Yeah. It was covered in snow the last time we saw. There was snow on that incinerator when I first saw it. Oh. Is she? Yeah, no. She's just turning around. But after the incident, the snow has melted away. I've been working on OC lore. Let's go. I'm pretty sure that you had all the design down from the last time, you mentioned it. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can't have it. I don't know if that really Roxanne design. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Ooh. Spirit mediums? Okay. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good look over and some serious thought. I've been making a V2 design? Yeah. Always work. Well, whenever you feel inspired, it's always good to kind of like either tweak your design or rework it, just to optimize everything. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Okay, murder weapon. So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito. Oh my god. Shichishito. Exactly. That was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in the court today. Yes, that's true. Okay. In which case, it must have been another blade. You streamed recently. Nice! How did it go? Did you enjoy it? And that's what you're running around. Hold on. That's... what? That's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now. Oh my god, that sentence got me all kinds of messed up. Yeah, and man, is it tiring work? Let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensic in our cap these days. I enjoyed it, but like it didn't get much views. I mean, you just started. And I mean, even for myself, there's not that many views, to be honest. And to me, I have the ability to be able to ramble by myself. So I don't mind. Even if my chat is like, can be busy, can be quiet, it doesn't really matter. As long as you stream something that you enjoy, like, think that's what's most important. Obviously, as we talked last time, it really depends on your goal in the long term, you know? But just give yourself some time. You're going to find your niche, your kind of like viewers. You know. Is my VTuber based off my cat? Not necessary, but now that I see the similarity. Yeah, her name is Doris. She's on her big ass Pikachu Squishmallow that she loves. You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright? The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart, bruh. I'm more of a cat person. Aw, thank you. She's an old lady. She's been a rescue. Mostly like, so basically one of my old colleague, her sister had Doris, and she had to move because of her job, and the new place wouldn't allow pets. And so Doris here actually did quite a bit of house hopping because nobody really wanted her. And by the time like her sister basically was like, hey, my sister is looking for someone to foster a cat, like she's been house hopping, nobody wants her, are you willing to get one? And I believe at the time Loki, one of my previous cat, like died, and so it was like, you know, Gizmo, one of my cat that also passed away last year, was like pretty much like alone, and he's been always like a social kind of cat. And so I accepted getting Doris into my home, and now like she's been with me ever since. She's the only remaining cat in my family, but I'm pretty sure like she's super happy. She's a bit crazy, but an absolute sweetheart. So what's a perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give this a scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Yeah, sure. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. Oh, bruh. Brother. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off of... What? Oh my god. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure. That's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. Cats are bonuses, absolutely. Yeah. Give the courtyard a good... Yeah, we need to check. Enter... Nice. Oop. Take a good look at everything and anything and everything. Okay. This looks like a wallet? Huh? This is where it's been? Oh no. Is this yours, detective? I was dropping it, so I put a bell on it. You still dropped it anyway. But now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Oh no. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Smart man. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Okay. Oh. Roxanne is a fluffy alien? Nice. Really, like, I'm always, like, interested in hearing people's project. Really. A bounty hunter. Oh, Roxanne for a bounty hunter is a good name. That's odd. The slate is made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the sign. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Oh no. I've been hunting a high, not the police badge. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge, yet you lost it. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. Oh my god. How did you manage to drop your badge here, of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Oh my god, stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Okay. Here? It looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them to catch... What? To catch us, detective. What do you mean by that? A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce trap and sharp teeth they're supposed to snag your legs? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? It was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. Oh no, not the mousetrap. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Okay. Oh yeah. It doesn't look like there's anything here. Okay. Obviously, this is going to be all metal. Looks like this is an OC you've made 2 years ago. Have you been doing a lot of like how can I say it? It's not fan fiction, but have you been like doing a lot of like creative either writing or, you know, character design before? Like, have you been doing that for a long time? What's my nickname in junior high? What the heck are you talking about, my dude? What? Pen handle. Nice. I honestly haven't worked into OC before. Like, no, that's not true. A lot of like drawing that I've done in the past have been, you know, figment of my imagination, but I never gave them any identity or anything, or any backstory, if that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Okay. Am I supposed to find something? Okay. Look, a ladder! Okay. Sure anyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I love to draw Roxanne's story as a big some romance in action. I mean, for a bounty hunter, you need to have a little bit of like romance in action. When I mean action is almost like spy dash thief story. That kind of like a romantic, you know, twist to it. You have to plant both of them firmly on the ground before they can grow. What are you talking about, dude? Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is Miss Dunham's staff, isn't it? There you go. Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. The detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at this, the thing's made of wood, alright? A planet blows up. Ooh, Jesus. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a good look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Oh? Ah! The top is coming off. Look what you've done. Oh no. Oh. It's actually a sword. That's it. A sword. Inside the staff. This is... Could it be... the murder weapon? Yep. Alright. I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane. How is this a thing? This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. Please. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind work. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? True. Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Roxanne's story is kind of sad. I mean, just having your home world blowing up sounds like already tragic. I'm thinking about like Star Wars, you know, when Alderaan gets destroyed. It's kind of like the same level of like, oh my goodness. Well, as I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it, as if it's been wiped. Then I guess this is a murder weapon, huh? What? How can you... I'm sure someone just wiped it out. Exactly. Yeah, of course. Thing's definitely the murder weapon. Oh my god, Gumshoe, please. It's about the same length as the shit. Oh, this sword, please. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. Man, where is Brooke? Brooke used to work, obviously with almost like a forensic. She's not really a forensic, but she used to be a mortician. I would honestly ask her if... I'm pretty sure if you wipe off the blood of a blade without like cleaning it properly, that if you use luminol, probably it's going to show up on the blade, you know? You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off just for a while? Huh? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been murdered? Nope. Please, detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of buried in here. Okay. Just stop with that face pal. One thing though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? Oh. If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. And I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. Got it? Okay, now you take a good care of it. Wow. Okay, cool. He's so nice. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya? Aw. He's so sweet. She falls in love with a human working at a coffee shop. That sounds super romantic. Like actually like meet cute kind of moment. I can't help but wonder though. What was Eliki's Donim doing with a staff like this in the first place? True. Okay, let me... Can I check? Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Oh, sounds like a direction letter. Her name is... She's all the whole... Okay. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... I'm pretty sure once this is done, burn the letter. I'm just assuming those missing letter words. Also make blah blah blah. I guess don't tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Huh. Okay, that sounds ominous. Examine. One last. Remains get on the side of the wall. Okay. Well, I already had my What? Okay. Suspension bridge, I guess. Move. Inner temple, I guess. Garden. The cops are succumbing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Ooh, my husband. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Murder. Oh. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Oh. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? I want you. If you come here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. Can you stop being defensive, my dude? I'm just existing here. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Aww. You can give him a hug. Why not? You went back to the criminal affair department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Oh? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood? And the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? Poor Maya, she's always caught up in those things. We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Yeah. So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No. Though, thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. Aw. 17 years ago, when we're still little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. The murder of his dad. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there. Yeah, I mean, we were defending Edgeworth, but it was such a shock. I never imagined it could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah. Sorry, I just noticed one of my patient texted me. I gave her an appointment and I put the wrong office address. Yeesh. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of the self-pity, okay? Doris. Hee hee hee. Okay, let's talk. Iris. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affair departments to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away. Aw, man. To the general public. Mario! Hello. Yes, it's been a while. How are you? Hope you're well. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and the Hazakura temple, and neither did the case. No, a woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Famous last word. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. Yeah, I need to fill Edgeworth in. You've been enjoying streaming too? Nice. What have you been streaming? Dynamic tempo? Also, like, what have you been streaming, by the way? I'm always, like, super curious on what games, because I know my kind of, like, I'm pretty niche whenever I select a game. You know? Hold on. Let me try to just... There you go. Good. Mario Kart 8? Nice. And Mario Party? Those are good games. Very good games. Have you... I mean, I've played Paper Mario, like, back in the days when it came out on the GameCube. But have you tried the new release yet? I didn't read too much into the... I didn't look into the reviews so far. I really need to check. But... because I love Paper Mario. Nice. I don't know if they... because I remember, like, the old school version. Obviously, man, translations can be a little bit iffy. One of my good friend, she loves the Paper Mario, like, game. And she told me that the re-release actually kind of, like, changed a little bit of the sentences and censored part of it, obviously, because, you know, there was things that probably could have been said back in the days, but cannot be said now unless you want to get cancelled. But she found it like a shame because it was like, to her, it was like, it's fine, it's in game, but you know, the climate situation nowadays of like video games is always a little bit iffy. Oh yeah, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? You can't be serious. Mr. Bikini told me, but the problem is, you didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. Yeah. Right? I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Yep. I'm glad they did fix it, honestly. More powers to trans people. I mean, to me, as long as you don't change the whole story, if it's like side dialogues that is kind of like missable, yeah, it doesn't change much. But I think, hold on, because the line that she told me that they switched was something related to weight, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm someone who doesn't get offended very easily, so personally, if you changed it or you didn't change it, it wouldn't matter to me. But I can see why people would not approve of it. Please tell me what you know about her. Yeah, alright. Talk me about this bitch. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Oh my god, yeah. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Aris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old file from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Okay. Oh yeah, that's when we assumed that she dropped with one of the jewel. Yeah, the solo jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Yeah, because she was going to spill. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oof, that's getting convoluted. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. Yeah. The woman who tried to kill me. And to get you in prison, too. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Yes, it does. Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead? Huh? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? So anyways, is this likely the end of this trilogy? Yes. If so, are you gonna play the Apple of Justice trilogy after a break? Absolutely. I want to play all of the Ace Attorney series. I really, really love, like, I mean, obviously the original trilogy I've been fond of it since I was like young. I grew up with it. So absolutely. I know that it came out on Steam. I don't know if I got it though, but that's definitely worth it. I know that I want to showcase the Edgeworth, like the Miles Edgeworth game that came out on, it's not GBA, it's the original, I think, DS games. One of them got translated, I believe, and the second game never made it to North America. You got it on Switch? Let's go! Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Yeah. Look at this evil lady. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. Definitely thinking of streaming these games one day. Absolutely do it. Like, rule of thumb when it comes to streaming: stream things that you enjoy. Execute it. Why are you so surprised? I'm sure that's a bit of shock for you, right? And for more reason than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. I think that's when I first played this game, I didn't realize the implication of being found guilty of murder in this universe. And now, like after obviously like after a few years when I grew up, as I replayed those games, like actually like in this judicial system in this universe, if you're found guilty of murder, it is a death sentence waiting for you. So this is why like it's so important for, you know, us to do the right job in proving, you know, who's the real murderer. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edward. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium for a branch family of the Kurain channeling technique. Did you say Kurain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Oh yeah, he's mentioning I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. Yeah, that's when the police had to go through a spirit medium that was actually Misty Fay, so Maya and Mia's mother. As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. But she channeled her, like, Edgeworth's father, from what I remember. And I think because of the circumstances, basically Gregory Edgeworth was like, it's either the bailiff or my son who could have shot me or killed me, basically, because he couldn't see, like he was unconscious when Manfred von Karma actually got the gun and found the gun to kill him. And so that's why I believe that he lied as a spirit, because it was like, it could be either my son or the random bailiff. So I'm going to accuse the random bailiff. But, you know, it's very unfortunate. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Yes, it was 2 years ago. Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the current channeling technique is real. Alright, so let's move. Training hall. Alright, I think we have enough to break her psych lock. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing that night. You said you were in your room in Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe that you're telling me what you're telling me to, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. That was her, Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to axe up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Oh my goodness, not me, kind of like bumping with my stuff. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 10:40 p.m. I think. Yeah, because she needs to ring the bell. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Ooh. Now, you said you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Oh yeah. Didn't you give me that hood after? You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said that you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Yeah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Yep, that's myself. What? Who's that? Are you really asking that? Me. Mm-hmm. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. Yeah. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. 9 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what has been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent possibility. Yeah, there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. Who could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is one. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be easy. There you go. Your own sister. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah, that's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it is so... Oh my god. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Nope. Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the current channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Alright. He's being so cute. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Really? Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. That's messed up. What is she talking about? Hold on. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. That's what started her own twist. Hold on. It's what started her. Oh my god, I cannot read. It's what started her down that twisted path. Yeah. She was insane. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How? How did you betray her, Iris? There was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. What? Excuse me? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Listen, there's so many layers to this. What do you mean, revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away, then sent her to hell. Yeah, that's Morgan Fay. She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The May family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. That's so sad. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Mr. Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karen tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and her own home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. What? So you have twin sisters, you took them away, ship one to a temple, keep the other one because you already have an eldest sister? Like, what is this logic? Like, I can only have 2 kids, no 3, like not 3? Makes no sense. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. Oh, I have asked. Oh Jesus! I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything's related to it, goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Oh. Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Oh. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's too much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Yeah. Pearl's Cyclock. Didn't she have like 5 or something? Okay, let's move. My goodness. Inner Temple. I think... Heavenly Hall. There we go. Getting closer to the finale. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. Ooh, roasted potatoes? Oh, that sounds so good. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now, I just need to find out what Pearl's hiding. Yeah. Let's go. I feel so bad. Like, she's so young. And we're like, tell me the truth. Yeah, that's 5. The night of the crime. What did you see? After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donim's room reading a book together, correct? Yes. I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was something else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. But Pearls never went to Miss Donim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Yeah, she went to the inner temple to check on Maya, for sure. You were there, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, you will tell me the whole truth? Oh, okay. I went to this place for this one simple reason, and that it is to check up on Maya. It's obvious that you were so worried about what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of the... if you become one with those you channel? Excuse me? Sister Bikini scared you with that, with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. Couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. She's so responsible for a young girl. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up that the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. Was she trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason why you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Yeah, I think she found the letter. Because, hold on. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. So probably she found the letter. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Oh, where did you? In the incinerator of at the inner temple. Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. That is so messed up now that I think about it. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account of the author's note and their purpose of writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have to be trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who. Yeah, I mean, obviously. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was Dahlia Hawthorne. This case is so messed up to so many levels. After those side laws, I'm just going to make a small commentary about it. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Huh. It's just as I suspected. Jesus. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. How about the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls? Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? For sure, her mom. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Oh. But you followed them to the letter, regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Oh my god. That's so sad. All right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, hi. Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me. Just because I'm a child? Oh. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Oh. She's calling our bluff. Just say anything rather than admitting to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls? We both know someone carried out those instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How did you know that? It could have been an adult. Oh, no adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instruction you were given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is evidence that proves it. Yeah. This hanging scroll. It was you who splattered the gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? Yeah. I believe the kanji they used in the original game. I honestly I forgot, but those are like tough kanji to read. How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. Oh? That's kind of a tough word. She made Misty's mom, like Maya's mom, read the text? Or is it like from the book? Or Miss Donin taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think was the food. That's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Oh, Pearl, please. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Oh, that Pearl is so sad. What is messed up is that the mom actually used her to extract vengeance. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of the Kurain, like it said in the letter. Oh, there you go. Doris is gone. Let me turn off the CAPCOM for a bit until she comes back. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, Pearl is like... she's so sweet. I was sure it was the master of the... hold on. I was sure it was the master of Kurain, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Aw. Pearl, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Oh, brother. Jesus. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. But everyone had left me because I overslept, bruh. By the way, have you heard of the Wright Anything Agency YouTube channel before? Did they pop up in my feed before? Hold on, I'm just going to look real quick. Wright Anything Agency. I'm pretty sure they showed up in my channel before. Videos. Yeah, I think they showed up in my feed because I did watch the playthrough of Game Grumps. You know, as soon as I knew that they were going to do a Phoenix Wright playthrough, I was like, let's go. Hey, did I have to go? Time for work. Oh, no worries, Mama Cat. I hope you'll have a wonderful day. Yes, I will give plenty of scritches once Doris is back on the Pikachu. Have a lovely day at work, Mama Cat. I hope everything is going to be all right. That you'll get some rest because I know that your schedule have been just as hectic as mine. But yes, take care of yourself. The completions are great. Yes. It's always fascinating because, I mean, Phoenix Wright, I've known the series for a bit, so I already have my own bias towards the game. But to me, it's whenever I watch people play it for the first time, like completely blind, and it's their reaction to it is like universal, and I absolutely love it. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy in the scroll while you cried. Aww. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. You know what it's like, Nick. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Okay. It was written right in my mother's letter. It says, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia's Hawthorne spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Ooh! I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. That it will all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. Larry, that sounds a little bit suspicious because you're a grown-ass man and you're talking about a little girl, you know? So she never managed to channel the spirits. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation why you couldn't channel a spirit? Like Dahlia is actually not dead? You know? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else... Oh? If someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick like if she's already taken. Oh my god. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Yeah. Oh man, it's coming back to me. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. Couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother's has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month, she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. Oh my god. You'll be doing a great thing. She's so twisted. Because you're putting a... Hold on, how old is Pearl? An 9-year-old little girl in the middle of a vengeance plot where you wanted her to channel one of the most psychopathic, like, character ever to kill dash frame Maya in order to take back the power. It's like the most insane plot to me. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. She's as sociopathic as Davia, really. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. Oh, she's so naive. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess so. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken. Oh, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Okay. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Aw, little did she know. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Yeah, it's tough. My side husband finally figured it out. Have you tried? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godo. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris in a lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. Why would you say that? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, right? Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was there, who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. That's a new track. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. I fucking love that character. Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true? Be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Ah, my heart! My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. She's crazy! It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. She's absolutely insane. Alright, last part. Here we go. Woo! Let's go. Alright. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in the court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh? Edgeworth. What is Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution? Excuse me? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godo? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Yeah, she's trying to get Maya out, basically. You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godo intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold out onto someone else, literally. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hand. Partner. You must say husband, you know? Thanks. Ah, Edgeworth. He's supporting me. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Zonim, no, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what was that woman really after? We'll solve the, hold on. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright, let's go. Ooh, this is nerve-wracking. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh! Therefore, I'll be staying in for him. I see, Your Honor. They're brothers? That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be there. How convenient. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godo. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godo, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? That's highly suspicious. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Oh my goodness. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. First, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Oh? Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elizoni? Bruh. Why did you make that jump? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. Oh. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness. Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. Oh my goodness. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweats. As you should. Everyone on the on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? How can you say that? So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families in of the Korean tradition. One of our mission is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master. Bruh. Mystic Maya Faye. She's trying to pin it on Maya? Bruh. Wake up and smell the coffee, right? She's naming Maya? Order. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw... Oh, that's a fat lie, though. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to protect her. That's ridiculous. Mike could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Ooh, alright, let's go. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for this. Interesting. So it was in self-defense? Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instinct of a true criminal. Something is not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Yeah. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Ooh, we're in for a ride. Okay. So let's press on this just to get more detail. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger? Yep, she didn't see jack shit. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha. Yeah, we know something that nobody knows. You looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce, bruh. That word still trips me out. I don't think I could ever say it properly. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with that witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Okay. Well, yeah, Godo doesn't know the what we found out about the cane. Alright, let's go. Okay, now, let's continue. Oof. Yeah. Pull the dagger. That's impossible, because the weapon was actually the stuff itself. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Objection. Yikes. You seem not surprised, Godo. That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy? Yes, I think that's how you say it. And thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Oh yeah, there is. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony cannot be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Faye. Because... she's Maya's mom. Like, come on, dude. Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Oh, no, not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. True. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing wrong, nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Grams. What are you talking about? Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup this morning, bruh. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. Jeebus. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh, is that the dagger that the witness testified on seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something? Something else. Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see it when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ah, were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup. Oh, my dude. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get blood analyzed on such a short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Alright. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Alright, cute girls never lied. Yeah, I can doubt it. Ever. Thinking about Dahlia Hawthorne, you know. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Oh my goodness. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Wasn't she stabbed in the back, though? That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. True. Now then, Miss Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I need to just check, though. I'm pretty sure that, hold on. What's the autopsy report? Yeah, loss of blood from stab in the back, so that's not possible. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from the back, from a stab wound in her back. Yep, that's right. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind and not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ah, it's simple. People are like books. We're all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, he falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? Alright. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, my dude, please. To pick out each one requires total concentration, and then use all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness is actually said? Prosecutor Godo, please explain yourself. It's not even please explain yourself, it's just like an order. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Asakura has a rule that on nights, when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Sentences, please. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Huh? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. That makes a lot of sense. We can't see the demons that lurks in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? Oh, Godo. It makes kind of a little bit of sense, but I'm kind of wondering how you can witness all of this if you don't have any, like, light, actually. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. It was pitch black. How would you write Maya on it? Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Oh, Godo can't see it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on that stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Godo seems like genuinely surprised about this, so it's kind of like he can't see any colors, you know? Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be he can't see the bloody writings at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with those huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godo, anything further? Mr. Godo? Okay then, let's move on. Ooh. Godo is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Ms. Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Oh my goodness. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and I used the Shishichito to alter the way the wound looked. Not possible. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. All right, let's go. Getting closer to the truth. So, she couldn't have carried. Like, this doesn't make sense. Hold on. Carried it. Yeah, there was like the whole discussion about the tracks. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Absolutely. Actually, I think I need to ask more about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. These are the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think there are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. Oh, I see. Snow was still falling? That's a big lie. And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Yeah, the weather data record that we have. Like the statement Iris just made, added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? Bruh, if I ask it. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay. So, where's the weather? See? It's stopped by the time, you know, she claims that she took the snowmobile. Your Honor. Oh. No. Shit. Yikes. No, it's the, not this. I think it's this one. There you go. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? Like, listen. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. She's so pretty. Alright. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. What the heck do you mean, old man? What? Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. What? Bruh. The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? But lying... Listen, Godot, I give up. Whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in Hazakura Temple courtyard. True. Second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. You made a good point on both accounts. True, but the fact that she's lying, you know. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. How can it be clear and hazy at the same time? You had stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to, if you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court? What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, I will never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. How to be gaslighted 101? Holy cow. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding? How can it fly? That's crazy. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken... Oh, Doris, welcome back. Let me try to just open up the CAPCOM again, I guess. She's here. There we go. In all her glorious butt. Yes. Do you want to show your face to the camera? There we go. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry your corpse across the bridge in this condition. Yes. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony. is going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Right? I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to, and only human can spot errors of our ways. What the heck does that mean? The more he makes sense, the less he makes sense. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Alright, let's go. Ooh. There's no way to move the body. Gotten confused. I mean, there is. Here we go. Let's present this. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing possible about that, about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Professoress. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Donim. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember that what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, oh my god, Godot, not the roast. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. There you go. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? It's exactly what we'll do. Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. And that's true, why did he say that specifically? What's exactly this sketch trying to show? I don't think an old whisker face is going to forgive any more. Old whisker face? Is that what you call the judge? Goodness. Okay. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Loris Donim is a complete contradiction, I think. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm not an art critic, but even I can see that. No. That's not what I meant. That's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Donim stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it, and you can already see that he's like upside down. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Wright. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's going to be the suspension wires here. He saw it upside down. The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Actually, yes. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. The dusky bridge photo. The suspension wires are at the bottom. That's the photo of the ski bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appears to be above the guard wires. But on the actual dusky bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question: why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was laying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was laying on his back? I can't see how it relates, bruh. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Loris Danim witnessed the event while he was laying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should yeah. I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Loris Danim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. It's so twisted. It's so twisted.
Objection.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. A pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you would need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Not necessarily. The lightning strike that night can only have been an incident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. Yeah. I'm going to show the picture again. So you see kind of like the rope dangling down? That probably is what was used to swing the body from one side to another. And the meaning of this is... Hold on, I forgot the verb there. If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donim's body. That is so twisted! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Oh. Looks like we hit bullseyes. Mr. Godo? Calm down, sir. It seems that Mr. Godo is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Oh. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Oh. Yeah. So here you can show two things. Either the crystal, because it kind of like flew over and landed elsewhere. But I think Elise's autopsy report, body fell 10 feet after death, is also a good, a good one. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it is the one that was in front of the Indian temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, and it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch a body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? The autopsy report. Yeah. It says that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to a forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Not the coffee. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. How dare you throw coffee at me? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Godo? It was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. You forgot about one thing. Oh? And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's more reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. Okay. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a little bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. Yup, an accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross the Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright? Well, we know who was on the other side, though. Mr. Godo is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple's side? That's for sure Iris. She's the one who rang the bell. We saw her, we talked to her, so she had to be there. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Yeah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. So you're the only one that could have managed it. Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple after the mother-daughter bloodbath. Nope. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godo? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burned-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But a body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
Bruh. Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one beside Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know what have been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that is standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... That is fucking crazy. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago. Yeah, I just want to say it's an honor to be... Yeah. She's a master manipulator. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Godo, please. Alright. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... Not today, bitch. You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the current channeling technique flows within that body. The current channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put it things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence just like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Is that... These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talks about it. However, there's one thing that is perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they find Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. The plot thickens? Yes, absolutely. It's so... I love this case. As sad as it is, I really love this case. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Yeah. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Drink your coffee. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places? Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I still don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we cannot continue this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched place somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at the Hazakura Temple. Have there been any chances for Iris to switch place with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, there was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Yeah, there was Edgeworth. Because of the earthquake, he lost consciousness for a moment. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Yeah, and he was with Iris. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. Oh man. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places at that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. I think it's because they're twins that she can stay in that body for long. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider... Oh, be quiet. There she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Oh, Mario, sending you a mental high five for Jinx. We said it at the same time. That voice. I guess I'll have to ask again. Oh, that's so funny. What was the sound? Okay, I'll try to check after. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That is one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. That's one way to put it. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. She looks so evil. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. Okay, but this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Yeah, for Mia's sake, basically. Ooh. Okay. Time to save. I'm cruising. This is speedrun time. Oh my goodness. Like I said, after this game, I really want to start Persona 4 Golden. That's why I'm trying to, like, at least showcase it, because my new save is already, like, ready. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that It seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Like, as much as I hate her, this specific sprite looks so cool. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Oh, why is... Okay. Wait a minute. Did you just say that the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way. Oh, watch yourself, Wright. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godo is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Yeah. Alright. So I need to press pretty much everything here. Just to get more details. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of terrain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as a master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan, yeah. Morgan was actually absolutely insane. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes. Though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in my life, was myself. Damn. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. She's so evil. Please. You mean Iris? Yes. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? That is absolutely insane. Hold on. Pearl has much better parent in Phoenix, in my opinion. Yeah. Absolutely. He's kind of like the surrogate dad or like uncle that really takes care of whoever he's, protecting. And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. So you have both like sucky parents. Oh, how horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of being her bloodline, of having her bloodline to become the main family. But for it to work, okay, let's press more. So basically, this is the moment where you kind of feel sorry for Pearl, Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the masters. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. A 9-year-old master? I know. That's absolutely kind of like bonkers. Trying to recenter on Sleeping Doris here. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya as well. How could anyone do that? It's insane. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. So imagine Pearl would have channeled Dahlia, kill Maya, you know, the kind of like older sister that she looks up to and admires, and she wouldn't know anything about it, and then she would kind of like go back to being Pearl, not knowing that her physical body helped in that murder. That's insane. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then, I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ugh. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was a head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. So why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? I mean, she called her a nuisance too. Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Alright. And I think that, yeah, that's the last statement. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Ugh. I would punch that girl. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan's phase plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? She's a true sociopath. Jesus. So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Yeah. Yes. Vengeance, basically, because Mia was the one that found her guilty. That's why she ended up in prison. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, None of you would have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge on against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there was only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I would take my revenge against Mia Fey. There was a reason I helped out with that woman's plan. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Two sociopaths, I swear. They're crazy. As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Absolutely right. There's some exceptions, of course, but listen, in that story case, what a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise Zonim who channeled her after all. Oh, that ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. True, because Aris doesn't have like the spiritual power to channel her sister. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Wait, what? So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Oh, what does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. Oh, you were stabbed? So Maya was saved last minute. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrubbed her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of the actual killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of here and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. Then you're saying you are actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Hello. Could it have been Maya? Oh, and off she goes, turning off the camera. Hold on, there we go. I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll engraving. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. Oh, the bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern to put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. So who's standing in front of her, of us though? I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see? That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Yeah, that's the mom, Misty Faye, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. I love that soundtrack. Maya Faye, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way. Order in the court. What's the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Well, you didn't know, though. She didn't see. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Faye has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't even able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there was only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom... What? Of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River? Maya killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? But how would she know, though? She didn't know who that lady was. That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Oh, I mean, you managed to pull it out when you were, you know, living. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? Yeah. What a bitch. Oh. Oh. Godo's theme as a cell phone. Oops, sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's a cool ringtone, Phoenix. How dare you? Godo here. Okay, thanks. Okay. Was that something important? Yeah, it's a nice ringtone. I really like it. I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. So, here's the part that kind of trips me out. So, we know that Pearl was supposed to channel her. Then, eventually, instead of Pearl, it ended up being Misty Faye, who channeled the spirit of Dahlia. But then, as she lost consciousness after being stabbed, she ended up inside the cavern. And I'm like, how is that even possible? No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? He's dead. No. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Doris is back. Yes, it's time to turn on that CAPCOM again. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Yeah, it's the one part that I forgot. But the only thing that would make sense is if it's Maya that ended up channeling Dahlia for some reason. You know? But again, it's the only like blank part because I remember the end though. Overcome with guilt for what she has done, Maya Fey jumped into the river to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Try it. Have you heard? Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Persecutor Godo? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. Isn't that like a cliff at the bottom? Where you cannot land in the water? It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through this whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well then, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claimed Mrs. Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I mean, just... Oh yeah, this will do. Take this. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Huh. Ha! So you finally figured it out. You. No! Yeah, so it's definitely Maya in front of us then. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What's this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. Where is her dead body then? Not dead. Finally, I think the pieces are all falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Yeah. But I'm kind of wondering, like, how she got channeled by Maya, though. There's one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Yep. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said, hold on. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. Because she woke up inside the sacred cavern, and the only person that was already there was Maya. She was stuck inside the cavern. Quote unquote. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this well, was she stuck inside the cavern? That's so weird. There's like a lot of stuff that is iffy. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Impossible because we talked to her earlier. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel the spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Yep. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. So she was channeled by the mom first, got stabbed, and then got channeled by Maya after? Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand detention. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? Yep. How could that be? Remember that this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. He said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. If Maya channeled that spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? To actually protect herself. What I'm going on is the reason Maya, the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. Yeah, to protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Yeah, okay. You mean that's when she channeled me? Yeah, so she saw, because she can only, well, she can channel the person if she saw like what they physically look like. So because she saw this face before she got like attempted, like before she got attacked, got saved, because obviously Misty Faye got stabbed at that point and lost the channeling, like the link to Dahlia. Maya could only channel Dahlia back to be like, okay, this person tried to kill me, let me channel her in order to protect myself. So Maya must have seen when Misty got stabbed and switched back to her original form. So that's why she knew that it was a spirit that actually possessed Misty. All this time, you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, no, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't this obvious? Oh, this is the end. Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah. Oh, Godo. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moment of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. Very true. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she would do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it... Yeah, because at that time, Maya was stuck on the other side. Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fae. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan's Fae's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fae to kill Maya at all cost. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean, another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in a failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on the $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right in front of you. Yeah, she's absolutely... You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. Woof! Like, Mia, best girl. What did you say? Whether you're alive or dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. God damn, that snap. Like, that clapback. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there were no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? And then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you will have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. God damn. That clapback. Oh, it no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Yeah, that breakdown is absolutely insane. Like, just the ghost. I got a small shiver. Jesus. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Imagine being that kind of like vengeful spirit. Bam. Goodbye, bitch. Oof, goodness. That was such a good, like, transition. Yeah. Goodbye, Dahlia. You fucking loser. Yeah, Maya's back. Now, this is going to be the real finale. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from their secret cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell, to the hell she came from. True. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim in this case. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. True. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with that concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. What? Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. Kind of cool. Like he would do research about it. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
This is the interesting part. This is the actual interesting part. Yeah, you're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godo? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia testimony? Yeah. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I find it interesting that... No. I'm going to reflect on that after the story. She was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donin. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. Ugh. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ugh, my heart! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who the whole event will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? Can't. She can't testify after she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Oh. Fuck. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Absolutely. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do it by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. Yeah, here we go. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I mean, she was a sociopath, so I don't think so. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some ways. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... And that was a case that wounded Mia so badly. Yeah, because she lost her dependent. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Faye and Dio Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the light out bell, I went back to my room. At that round 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? That's crazy. Like, this part was such a rush because everything was just slowly piecing together. Like all the pieces would fit together in my head back then, and I had that sense of dread already. It was me. I was the one who received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise had always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was a staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was a murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Fae. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the sword that I cannot pronounce the name properly. I wiped up the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes. The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia, my love! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in the Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Oh My heart! Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Mia see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Mr. Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. All by myself. So lonely. Yes, let's finish this. Oh my god. Oh, that sense of dread is back every time I get to that point in the game. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to. I don't want to finish it. I want to finish this, but I don't want to. Goodness. Okay, let's go. I'll try to not tear up. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the result of the test we had performed earlier. Test? Yes, test. The bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's a weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. So we couldn't figure out whose blood it was. Now then, let's start this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Ah, my heart. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I am frightened. The Faye clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, the pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. Yeah, it's so sad. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Zonim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Oh. Straighten up with this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always a time for crying later. Oh! But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I hate that sprite because she looks so sad. Okay, at the inner temple, let's go. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you're struck on the head? I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Was it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Yeah, because there was no light. Can say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Yeah, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Okay. Yeah, nothing wrong with you. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Last hope? Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Yeah, that's her. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hopes of? What? What do you mean, your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said, my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. You testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do when, hold on. What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What? What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was thinking, oh my goodness, I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Yeah, what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. Oh, what have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it up to your testimony. Yeah. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man is the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya. I mean, it was no longer Elise at that time. It was Dahlia. You know who killed your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hadn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem, Maya? On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Mr. Godo, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee stir. That is the state of the witness mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Milk coffee. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Milk coffee. Mr. Tright's words are are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Judge, please. You must have noticed it too, Wright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. To be frank, Your Honor, the witness saw it with her own eyes. Not the... not the pun. Oh my god. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction to the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have meant that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. What in the world does this mean? This all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no light, no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion that I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. I'm going back to the fact that in this universe, if you're found out guilty of murder, it is a death sentence. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. My heart. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. I mean, there's only one person. Oh, my heart! Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible. Yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the condition of that night. I wish I was an ace attorney if, like Danganronpa, where we could see an alternate timeline where Recipe for Turnabout took place in Justice for All, and we got a new case in this game. True. I'd like that. That would have been cool. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Oh. The pain. What? But it can't be. Huh. Oh. I'm so sad. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, I understand the GBA has had its limitations, but still, yeah. I mean, like I kind of wonder, like, it would have been nice to add a side story or something. Yeah, Godo. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Prosecutor Godo, what is the meaning of this? Like, he just protected Maya, that's all. Probably you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 growing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Oh, you're wrong. I never saw that. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? I mean, again, that wasn't really the mother. It was Dahlia trying to kill her. If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Okay. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Well, I mean, makes sense. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godo said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. True. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I mean, that doesn't really work. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was a killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Okay. This. So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. True. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's only one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation, because he wanted to protect Maya. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove all that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some more mystery behind this issue, but I think this will help help explain them. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I need to press this one now. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Decoberry! Holy shit. You're right at the end. This, like, after this testimony, there's probably, like, another one and then it's over. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden... Yeah, the end is near. Like, to be honest, I might become emotional at the end. She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. My heart! Fuck! Okay, the body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godo. It's the message written in blood on that lantern. It was written very clearly on a white snow lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Yep. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Yeah, indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Like, this is going to stretch, really, because it's going to hurt. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer remove the body and remove all that snow, but leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. I mean, we already determined why. He didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godo, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? We already know who it is. For fuck's sake, stop making me say it. Mr. Godo, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with those huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Miss Goto? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back of the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Yeah, he didn't notice. I'm making a sad face right now. Mr. Goto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien. This apron, hold on, this is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. Yeah, when there was like a big-ass blood stain. There's something still bothering Mr. Goto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Oh no. Listen, the Kobari, it hurts me to play this part. This is ridiculous. No one told me anything about bloodstain. Oh my god. We know that he's Armando, you know, and that he got poisoned. And then his hair turned white instead of like brown-ish. And obviously his shirt that used to be red is now green. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha. It's strange. In the black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Goto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Oh, no. He's not the gaslighter. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea, bruh. I wasn't sure about it now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goto is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured it out, the truth. Oh, I'm going to be so sad. God damn it, Mr. Goto. The defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunin, who also known as Mr. Fay. But he tried to defend her, though. It was Dahlia at the time. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. True. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer right there at the crime scene is at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, what did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes. Why didn't he just take that area? Oh, could it be? Yeah, he couldn't see. The killer couldn't see the red spot that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Bruh. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Oh yeah, she's chillin'. How can you explain this? I'm going to brush her after this, you know, as a closing kind of like moment. Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Goto isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look like it, but oh. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. True, she was channeling Dahlia at the time. Are you senile, old man? Oh, we established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, aw. How do you plan to cover for Goto no matter what the do you plan to cover for Goto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Well done. Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple too. Neeners! How are you? Yeah, Doris is like, but she always turns her back. Like, when I started the stream, I was testing the camera. Like, she was not, like, you know, oriented this way. She was like kind of like turn around so you could see her more, but apparently she wants to show you her back. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple that night. Last true testimony. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goto arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Doris says no free fit pics. She did like show her paws like a little bit earlier just during the stream. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Aww. Who is this, Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Frey. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. Yeah, you missed the toe beans. Hold on, can I? Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, can I just like lift her paw? But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony. What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Yeah, she is very cute. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Goto, let's move on to the cross-examination. The defense has no objection. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Ugh. This is so, like, painful. Because we know the truth. Okay. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Goto. After he was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict? Cut it out. You're making me blush. Ooh. Listen, this version, blushing, I wouldn't say no. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there. Hold on. Is there that many places to look on the inner temple side? The policemen were all busy going over the garden. with the fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. Okay. I like to hand down my verdict in my own way, judge style. What is this? Not the Phoenix style. Okay. Tell me about your investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation on of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of the Western taste. What? Could he find a stranger? Hold on. Jesus. Okay, brain. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a second. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Yeah. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. True, because Pearl was stuck on the other side, and she put the gravy the day after the murder, I think. Not after the murder, but the timeline is kind of like off. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Zonin. So he had to be there. Hold on. Okay. Let's press this. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because you just made one fatal slip-up. Holy shit. Hold on. I need to go pee. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself. I'll try to... Hold on. Can I put Doris as... You know? A full screen? Hold on. There you go. Look at her! So I'm going to go BRB. I'm going to mute my stream for like 2 seconds so I can go take a bathroom break. In the meantime, don't hesitate to hydrate, stretch, grab your snacks. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Hold on. Maybe I can just... I'm back. She loves the brush. She's going to be self-brushing. Like... She loves being brushed. Oh, you sneeze. Oh, not that. this cutie. Yeah, she loves the brush. Okay, calm down, lady. After. I'm going to brush you after. Once this case is over. Almost done. Yeah, she loves that brush. There we go. Okay. Going back to this. Him. Okay, let me just move things around. There you go. The hanging scroll in the training hall. But Mr. Godo is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall had looked like this. What's this wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Oh yeah, that was the morning after the crime, so I was right. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any ways of knowing it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest here. There. Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. Yeah, no, you can't. True, but Mr. Godo described that what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godo. Of course, Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Yeah, the letter was opened before. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me. Vixen! Hello, hello! How are you? Where am I at the game? Yes, I'm at the end. I am, I'm having a good time because I love this game. Again, I know how the story ends. But I'm also sad because my boy is being, accused. It's going to be bittersweet, but it has to be done. If I want to start Persona 4 Golden, I have to finish this. You bet I do. But you said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone who have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on the visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godo. Oh my goodness. Mr. Godo, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. I'm doing pretty good, just chilling. I'm doing some Miraculous Ladybug RP with my partner, going to buy the AJ Trilogy, hold on, Apple Justice, yes, Trilogy soon for Steam. Already own the handhelds, yeah, same here. I don't own, I believe, the Steam version, but I definitely need to buy it. But Miraculous Ladybug, listen. I landed on that TV series at random. Was it during the pandemic? I did, because obviously at the time I still had Netflix and it was on Netflix. And I was like, what is this? And obviously, as maybe most of my viewers know, but some don't, especially my newer ones, my first language is actually French. So when I first saw the Miraculous Ladybug, I heard that it was like actually a French animation, and I was like, okay, well, I'll listen to it in French. It's actually good. Surprisingly, it was super good. So that's so cool. What are you RPing at? 25% off right now? Hold on. Listen, 25% off. Is it like $70? I need to look into that, because I know I have a lot of games on my backlog, so I could probably wait for another like bigger sale, you know. Hopip, this is a blind playthrough, so not exactly, because I already know the ending. I already played the whole game already, so I know how it ends. So it's not really a blind playthrough. But it's going to hit as hard as the blind one. But hello, how are you? Back with Doritos? Mario, what flavor? What flavor of Doritos? You have to share with the class. There's multiple good answers, because I'm someone who loves chips, so it could be anything, but I'm always curious. Especially because there's like some weird flavor, like specific to some countries, I guess. Ooh, okay. Back to this. Cool originals. Ooh, nice. I'm good. The ending hit every time. I know. I'm good. Listen, I'm going to be emotional at the end. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plan, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? Yeah, that's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Nope, not really. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Hold on. It's ML. Is good up to season 3-4. Powerful on season 5. I'm a weirdo. Doing... Okay. Luca. Because I have a penchant for Chloe. Redemption still happening post penal team. I really have to catch up, because I think I stopped like at maybe season 2 or something, or like early season 3. So there's probably a lot that I haven't seen before, but I'm definitely going to try and look into that. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for the lack of a better word, even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godo? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost. Favorite game in the series? Mine is The Great Ace Attorney 2. Ooh, that's a good one. I say I am always more biased towards the original trilogy. Really because I grew up with them. But yeah. Honestly, there's so many good ones. Ace Attorney, Apple Justice Trilogy is about $40 USD right now. Ooh, nice. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godo. For the same reason, huh? Yeah, they want to protect each other. Because she knows who he is. Okay, Wright. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at every center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together. Yeah, it's Mia. My heart! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Mr. Godo is a defense attorney? With your honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. Hold on. I haven't played the prequels yet. Only the first one is available on Steam, which I have. I'll play it after I play the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I love the... Yes! Ace Attorney Investigations. I want to showcase them eventually. Mostly because, first of all, my boy Edgeworth is in there. But it's really because it's a nice like prayer, sending the prayer out in the Capcom universe to port the second game. Thank you! Yes! Okay. Vixen, sending you a mental high five. Exactly. Localize the second one, please. Like, of course, I played the second one that was like fan translated, but I want to have the official one, you know? The real name of this man who calls himself Godo, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. I know that I think in the Japanese version, because of like when I first played Ace Attorney, it was back then it came out on the Game Boy Advance, so it was all in Japanese. So I had to follow a translated walkthrough. I don't know why I decided to be like, let's play a Japanese game fully in Japanese. And from what the person actually translated, it implies that Godo was actually like Diego Armando. Had somewhat of a romantic feeling between him and Mia. So that's why like he's so like he's hating on Phoenix all this time because he was like, you didn't save her. Basically, you didn't save the love of my life, almost. Like, not love of my life, but you know what I mean, like someone that I really care about. And that's why like there was like all this resentment. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, the senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Ugh, look at this handsome man. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. I'm known as Wad Mayor of Persecution on Tumblr, Lady Fox. Nice, on Discord. Godo is based on a play about two people waiting for a character named Godo, who never shows up. Yes, Waiting for Godo is a very, very famous play. Obviously, if you look at a lot of plays, Maya, you can't cry yet. God damn. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her client, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping accident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. It's not meant to be the end of the series, but Capcom said nope. I know. Right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Yep. Even I didn't see it coming. Naru! Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're well. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Crushing the mug with his bare hand is really impressive. I know. I'm like, oh, so much strength. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. I don't like Godo because of reasons. I mean, you can definitely, the Godo comes off as really abrasive. Some of the comment that he makes, I'm like, god damn, that's so mean. But I actually really like him as a character as a whole. I really liked him. I don't think there's like many characters that I dislike aside from like, the villains, obviously. Dahlia is a succubus. I've looked into her name and found some interesting things. Nice. You just woke up? Well, good morning, Naru. No hate to future installments, but it definitely means it could now end with potential loose and untied ends. I know. If you want to get into that, PL and P versus PW is, hold on, Phoenix Wright and PL. You might have to clarify that acronym for me. The translation did him really dirty. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Professor Layton. Yes, I have it. I was like, I was not sure. Professor Layton is such a nice game too. The music is also top tier. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years? Bruh. Had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from a smell of a doctor's cup coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Yeah. The translation team really did it dirty. Did him dirty. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. Yeah, there you go. The moment the woman I loved had been murdered. I'm glad that they kept this line, because basically when he talked about Mia touching his soul, the sentence that he used was more like he was more like infatuated with her by all the traits that he described. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. Oh, that's so sad. For someone like me. For someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to leave? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died. Aw, I mean, listen, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. I mean, it's not his fault. I know the music, please. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I mean, he couldn't have known. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for leaving, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. Oh, my heart. Please! 1 year ago, when the current village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center? I knew at the time, I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. It makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices, Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She knew she was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? Galaxy Brain here. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini said something to that effect. She said that the master of the Korean had a great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movement all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. My heart, please! She was all, so sad. That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Yeah, she was ready to die, or at least to kill, to save her daughter. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. Because otherwise, if Pearls channeled Dahlia and Misty had to defend Maya, she may have killed Pearls, so that would be also a terrible outcome. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yeah. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Yeah, we have to make someone either confess or extract the truth. And now I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godo. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you can finish this on your own. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why. I have to protect Mr. Godo. Yeah, can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. I know. It's hype, but at the same time I'm like, fuck. I'm going to get hit by feels. Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Very true. Please, Maya, testify. What's the name of the cat in the stream? What kind of cat? So it's... her name is Doris. She's, I don't know. Like, I basically rescued her from a lot of house hopping. But she's, obviously a long hair gremlin. Absolute sweetheart, and also a menace. She's crazy, but I love her. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. Okay, can you stop licking me? Here, take back your drool. I understand. I'm sure you're right. Okay, let's go. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Uh, just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red light went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Yeah, that's the final one. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. Yeah, these red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite. Even the best theories. Final countdown, yes. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Bruh. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Okay. So we know who it is. But we need to tie him to the murder scene. So let's get to the scream. There you go. Let's press. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment where the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? What? So then, the scream that came from the killer? Mm-hmm. That's got to be it. Mm-hmm. Lag? After the finish this on your own line? Yeah. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Judge, please. Remember that the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already struck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Yeah. Already know which one. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing that I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Weapon there. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. Yeah. We already know it's this. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. That's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. This is an interesting name for a cat. She looks a lot like a Stormy, one of my many childhood cats. Aww. Yeah, Doris was the name the previous owner gave her, and she may not really look like it, but she's an old lady. She must be like, by now, I think it's been 1 year, so she must be around 10 years old. But yes, she's a rescue because otherwise she would have been abandoned. Like she was like house hopping a lot by the time I got her, and she was so stressed that she wasn't like really cleaning her fur, so it was kind of like all sticky and all. But since obviously, like I was like, there's no way I'm going to let a cat in need, by itself. I took her in, and now she's like perfectly happy. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive when it comes to any animals, really. That's why I can't really go to animal shelters, because honestly, cats and dogs, I would empty the whole shelter out. I was like, all of you are coming back with me. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Yeah. Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. You can already guess where it is. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goto, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out that I was a killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like this? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Oh, wait a minute. What's the problem? Mr. Cats are the best cat. I dream of the day to own a huge tract of property with a mansion for a bunch of abandoned animal and my friends and people without homes to live. That's a very lovely dream, Vixen. I hope you will be able to achieve it. I'm a little bit like the same. I really want to have like a non-kill animal shelter, like sanctuary. Just to take care of like cats, dogs, could be horses, anything. Just for them to live like a comfortable rest of their lives, I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Huh? This dagger. You said it was that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Goto had already been cut with a dagger, his clothes would be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. What? Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. True. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Goto was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Very true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. Nah, unlikely. No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? True. Maya, stop defending your mom's murderer. I know you have a good heart, but you can't hide his crimes. Yeah. Like, it's really knowing that he killed her mom more in a, like, as a defense. So, like, even though it was her mom, at that moment, it was not. It was Dahlia Hawthorne that he was trying to, you know, save Maya from. But it's, like, it's just heartbreaking for her, at least. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed— what? That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. Bruh. Not the naked murderer.
Objection.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. That's impossible, Wright. Because he was so dead set on saving his, basically, I'm going to call Mia his lover. Like, basically his lover's, like, little sister. And he was ready to do anything. Just like her mom, technically, was ready to, theoretically, basically, if Pearl did manage to channel Dahlia, and Dahlia was attacking Maya, Maya's mom was actually ready to kill for her daughter. So I'm kind of like, Jesus, you know? But in the end, like, she's the one who had, like, who took the route of, no, I'm going to channel her. And, you know, so be it. And he was kind of like the failsafe, just in case he needed to save Maya. It's just like a scenario that went really poorly for everyone. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid, pretty much. Excuses, yeah. Godot is not Grey from Fairy Tail. I haven't really watched Fairy Tail. I think I maybe checked the beginning a little bit. But I at the time, I think I was already kind of like out of time for watching anime or reading manga. That's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Yeah. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? The question is whether I can prove it or not. Get ready for the theme. Yes, he's an ice mage who has a habit of ending up in only his boxers. Bruh. The fact is, I have to prove it. Yeah. And there's only one way. It's easy. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Alright, Lizzo. If I can prove it, I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition. Just as you wanted. Yes. Oh. Like, and this is the final version of this theme. Oh, I love it so much. Okay, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Wright. Oh, my heart. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't you go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. So what do I do at the time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Okay. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. Yeah, This one is so good. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about it this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, Wright. The final stop. Fuck. Ha. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What do I know is that you'll never be half of the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? Yeah, game is done. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. Happy is Tintin like wait. Like the comic book, like the French comic book? Is it the day of its creation that I completely missed? Holy crap. You're living on hold on, you're living on through him? Anime moment. I know, Decaberry. Listen. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh my god! It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godo, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Yeah. Oh, this is so fucking sad. I hate it. That's mean was today. It's the 5th. I knew it. Hold on. Not freaking. It means that tomorrow is the 16th. We're saved. Just now. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godo. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive. Yeah. Was me. Ugh. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Yeah, his theme is so good. Up until now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that should have gone and talked to, that I should have gone and talked to right away. What pisses me off here, Nick carried so much. He carried that little girl until my smile and was happening in order to Mia. But In, like, to play devil's advocate, everyone grieves very differently. Some carry anger for a long time. Others are going to put a mask on and, you know, try to be happy, and you know what? Like, he processed things differently. Obviously, like, as he pinpoint the right thing. He was more mad at himself than towards Nick. It's like just like as a projection, basically a projected anchor. So instead of facing the truth of like, you weren't there and she died, he tried to pinpoint the blame towards someone else, because it's like the easy way out to blame someone else, instead of just, I mean, it's kind of the same with a lot of people. Instead of admitting their own guilt, they're going to blame everyone else. The universe, their own boss, the granny next door, like anyone else but them, because it's much easier that way. But I see what you mean. Like, it's a very, also like a very mean thing to attack someone, you know, and be like, oh, like you didn't care, just assuming that Nick didn't care, when clearly, like, we all know that he cared about, like, that, like, Nick basically was traumatized by all this. That's the main reason why in the second game he was so desperate on saving Maya, because if he lost Maya, it's kind of like, I would have failed to save, you know, another person, you know. Hold on, who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. Yeah, I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important men involved. Yeah, I love that theme. Such a good one. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. Oh, Doris is... Okay, well, Doris is gone. Time to close the camera. Okay, here. I was trying to make up for the fact that I never could save Mia. Nothing more. Oh, here it is, burying himself into bullshit reason. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Yeah, he's trying to put himself as a bad guy. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. But that's the thing, though. The fact that the mom had the blade inside her cane meant that she was already ready to kill to save her daughter with that plan. Like, she came prepared. So it was not just Godo that was ready to kill. I'm not really sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. I was really motivated by the purest desire to protect... was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? I mean, it could be all of the above. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? That could be that too. Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, yep, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. Yeah. In that one moment, I understood everything. Misty Faye wasn't going to let her last daughter die. Yeah. So this is what is so, like... And again, like, his reason to kill Dahlia Hawthorne, well, Dahlia, whoever channeled Dahlia at that point to save Maya, was like, basically it's all of the above. It was to save Maya. It's the fact that it's Dahlia Hawthorne who poisoned him, who made him lost consciousness, lost all those years of his life where he couldn't be with Mia. That, like, anger and grief of being like, I woke up and I learned that the love of my life is gone. Like, all of this, of course, is going to, you know, influence his decision. I don't think there's a right answer to this. It's not outright confirmed in the game, but I think Godo is the only prosecutor to die in their Answer series. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to show you why it's confirmed. And it's very, like I said, it's very... When I realized that, I was like, oh my god. That's why this case hits so hard. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Oh, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh. Thanks. Your wounds, it's bleeding. Ah, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. You do well to remember this, Maya. That's not true. Godo is never confirmed to be executed. I mean, again, you're going to see why I meant, and I've dug deep into that. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. And now it's all over. It's something that is very subtle that I didn't catch the first time that I played. This time, it is really over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. Yeah, you're going to just go to jail. You're going to survive. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I mean, it's very close what he's dead, but Manfred is very... Oh yeah, Manfred is dead, for sure. But you're going to see, and it's interesting because I understood when I was reading more like again for the translation, and it's actually the dude of the translation who pointed it out and dug a little bit deeper when it comes to the artwork. That's the reason why I am almost certain that Godo died. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Oh, Doris is back again. She's blessing us with her presence. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. Yeah, I mean, I really like this prosecutor. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. That's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. Yeah. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne, Septic villain persecutor, yeah, wasn't actually my sister. Huh, it wasn't Dahlia? Yeah, it was her. I hope one day you can forgive me. Beanie. Yeah, so he's the one he fell in love with. You know? You mean... That's right. Yeah, I lied to you. For 8 months. He actually made her before. That's why he was so head over heels over her. Ever since I gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister... From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was already ready to... she was always ready to deal with you at the moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. Yeah, that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. Yeah. She didn't consult me about her plan for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partner in crimes, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine. Yeah. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I thought you were. I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh, that's so sad. God damn it. Fucking tragic case. The name is a Greek goddess of the rainbow. Yeah. It's also a beautiful flower. How many cups of darkness have I drunk over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright, the first time he calls us by our name. God damn it. I'll drink to that too. I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donim. Wonder if Turnabout Goodbyes or this game is considered better. True. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice to this case. You don't drink coffee? I drink coffee and tea. And I drink my coffee pretty much like Godo, without milk or anything. Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. We are free. Court is now adjourned. God damn. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. No confetti this time. Yeah, for real. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. Depending on the need and mood, yes, absolutely that. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. We're as good out there as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. Art, I feel so bad for Pearls. I know, my goodness. Imagine to be the witness of all that. Well, obviously she doesn't know because Mia is taking her place, but imagine learning that you were used by your mother in order to try and kill Maya. That's crazy. There's nothing more you can learn from me. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. That's not true. We never see her again. And to have a cream and sugar in my coffee because I... Oh yeah, no. If you have acid reflux, absolutely cut off that acidity. And along with this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too, will owe you for everything that you've done for us, Nick. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You saw your mother murdered. Ooh. Francisca! Still softy as always, Phoenix, right? My husband, Miles Edgeworth. Now you can go back on the side of your true husband, Phoenix, and be the true original pair. Okay, this is me being delusional, but listen. I'm a Phoenix Edgeworth shipper. Till the end, okay? That's right, I guess no one filled her in on that, true. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? Yes! If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Now that you're done with the game, can I tell you a secret about Maya's family? Oh yeah, no worries. I guess this game... Hold on. I guess this game should have considered close to my heart since I was born the same year this game released in Japan. Really? I mean, this one has always been like super dear to me. The three of them. I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Oh. Remember when Dahlia called Mia Miss Gray? Yes, vaguely. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Aw. Harry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Bruh. The creep is here. Yeah, he's a bit of a creep. You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world? Don't talk like this, please. Yes, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be off if we're... No, no, no. Do not start with this. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. I have a theory that this Ray was her father. You mean the doctor? I will have to look into the case file again to look at the age of Dr. Gray. To kind of see if the age difference match. I would be kind of surprised. Because that would mean that he would be the father to also Maya at the same time. And for him not to recognize that Maya would be kind of like, there's a lot of like plot hole, but that's interesting. Go back to the death of the first game from which you came. Yeah. Isn't that right, Edward? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, yeah. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance, bruh. Did you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Oh, not the whip. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. True. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Aww. So then you'll do it, like you promised. What? He's only likable in that game, unfortunately. Yeah, he's such a pain in the ass. Don't get carried away. No, you were useful, dude. I guess painting portrait is the only thing I'm good at. Yeah. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Dr. Gray, my father, left when Maya was a baby, according to Maya. True. But wouldn't you know that, like, because he learned about the channeling school from the newspaper or something, like from the occult magazine. But wouldn't he have known already, since his wife would technically be the greatest master of Karen Village? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. But that's an interesting theory because we have nothing. I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Birdie! Aw. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristic. Oh my god. English is hard. This puzzled, please. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either, Francesca. Of the fake clan there in the kidnapping case. Yeah, I mean that one. I think it's a matter of like how it got translated. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that were there in the Japanese like version that whenever you port it in English, you can't really translate it properly, so it becomes kind of like lost in translation. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. True. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Yeah. I think I'm starting to understand too. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya? Yeah, it has to be for Pearl. Like, she's a true victim here. Being manipulated by fucking everyone. It's a visual image of the fake clan there on the coffee machine in the victim's room. Really? I'd be... I'm going to have to look more into that. Because I know that there's a lot of, like, puns that comes from translation. Pearl Fay. The poor kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fay clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fay's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. The other times you see the bear is in the side room in Grace's case is on the shelf in Grossberg's office. I see. I'll definitely look more into that, because there's definitely like a lot of like small things, like inside thing that is put in games usually. Like, I mean, I'm thinking about what was the other game again? Like, basically, there's always like a reference to either one of the director, writer, or something inside game, like you know, kind of like an insert almost. But yeah, Maya is so strong. She is. She is. My whip just seems to have a mind on its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight. Aww. My salary's just kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. Not the French restaurant, please. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant? You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? No. No. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Not the crybaby one. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be... Bruh! You creepy dude! Missy Canet sweep open with her whip because of reasons. I love Francisca. You know, Maya is taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Aw. What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly. I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she's just went back home, that's all. Bruh. She's 9. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. Yeah. I figured she had been badly hurt by this incident. Why is no one panicking? She feels responsible for that tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. Very true. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah? What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? The cloth on that bento box Gummy had for Maggie has an interesting pattern you should take note of. I'll try to look more into this. We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? Yeah, don't keep your husband waiting, Phoenix. Please. Where should we look? Yeah. It's midnight? Oh my god, let me try to push that. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Come on, let's go. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Mr. Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. One of my wives. Oh yeah, she's so cool. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Aw. Curly's not here. Ah, Maya! The hanging scroll. Yeah, she cleaned it. It's got to be pearls. Oh, mashed taters? Mmm, absolutely. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Aww. She's so sweet. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... Aww. It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. She's so wise for her age. Jesus. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. I heard that if you present Bikini's profile at Trilogy, yes. I didn't do it this playthrough though, because I kind of missed my opportunity to do that. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Yeah. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter, bruh. But still, Maya is always in my thought. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Oh, please. I know it's Eternity 7, bruh. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something. All masters are to follow, isn't there? The letter of the law. That sounds poetic. To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. Ugh. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... yeah... a photo? Please! It hits right in the feels. It's only natural for living creatures to fight and to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what a human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, fuck. I hate this. Even when the battle is over, the bonds that connects us are severed. I know, the pictures. 7 missing years and the mirror to spirit of justice. Yeah, that's a nice title. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Ugh. The picture, please. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is the day to remember. A day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Aww. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Mr. Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare the reservation for 3 when you come back. I love Sister Bikini. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. Notice a gold lighter. The lighter should be interesting later. Yeah. There's so many details I don't think I paid too much attention. Aside from like the very, to me at least, obvious things. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance, bruh. I like the both pixel art, absolutely. Same here. AG Port 2, absolutely. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservation for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Bruh. Next time you can trade right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Oh, we're going to do the special course, naturally. I didn't sign up for this. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals? I did not sign up for this. We'll have a nice big meal before we come next. You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. One of us? Listen, in my headcanon, he's already taken by Edgeworth, so listen. I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. Let's go! Come on. Here goes nothing. Ugh. My goodness. Polycule? I like the Edgeworth Phoenix canon more. Yeah, the text is too fast for me to read properly. Yeah, this is the end of the whole series. I always loved that I always loved the credits in this game. She's so cute. I love her. Such a good design too. Oh man. Cannot be in a game without causing a ruckus, absolutely. Aww, Gumshoe. Aw, what? In the name of love? Listen, Pearl's your favorite character? Yeah, she's really solid. I love her evolution as a character too. Oh, Miss Andrews. So beautiful. Bring everyone back for Acer 27, please. You taught me how to use a whip? Bruh. Aww. That theme. So good. Destiny and I started company mass consulting. That's funny. That case was such a weird one. I wish it didn't sound. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, Mario. You cannot be as creepy as fucking Larry talking to Pearls or Maya. You know. Don't worry. I know what you're talking about. Oh, Viola. And a tea set. Oh my god. I love the way that she has like that creepy chuckle. Yeah, no, who she is as a character, she's a very solid, she's solid, Pearl. Like, I'm glad that they turned a younger character to be, like, they really pinpoint that like that balance of she's young, so she's very innocent, but also at the same time, like in her innocence, be useful, you know? I wish Cody and Pearls would be friends. Absolutely. I still love her coat. Still Samurai Buds, yeah. I would have joined for another other streams, or was busy in life. No, I mean, don't worry. Before I started working a little bit more actively, because I had like a bit of a downtime when it comes to work. So I had a lot of time last year like to stream, but ever since I started working again, streaming has been pretty hectic for the schedule. So that's why like you guys don't see me stream that often anymore. Really because, you know, I am so busy. So I know that this week I'm pretty much free, but next week I'll be working 6 days. So I'm going to be pretty burnt out. Congrats on 300 subs. Thank you so much. I'm always very honored, you know, to reach that point. It's always like super, it's been a journey. Life can get hectic, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so now like I've been recording a lot of like offline content. I've been slowly, you know, releasing it. Right now it's the Lunar series, like completely offline. Make it 302 subs, yeah. And so I've been slowly releasing this once a week, really because of the YouTube algorithm, just to keep, you know, the channel a little bit more active. But I really wanted to stream a little bit more. I've been focusing since I came back, because last year I've had like a lot of situation where I couldn't stream at all. So now that I can, you know, well, now that I can, I don't have the time, so it makes things complicated. But I really wanted to clear the Phoenix Wright trilogy before I could start playing Persona 4 Golden. As you sub to me, thank you so much, Vixen. That's so nice. Oh, that, oh man. I have a love-hate relationship with her. Like, love-hate. Really. Yes, go away. She's so annoying. But at the same time, I'm like, such like a funny character. But she's annoying. Like, really. Oh my god. Larry. Like, even him. It's like a love-hate relationship. He's so annoying, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I can't really hate the character. Look at them! Okay, here's a special thing about this art. So the people that, because there've been like an official like fan art of not fan art, of art book of this game, and basically there's a lot of like picture that that showed like a spirit version of Mia looking at the group, you know, out to eat, and there's like a almost like a spirit version of Godo too. And that's the main reason why, like, when I saw the picture, I was like, holy shit, he died. And then obviously like people that were translating the game back then, back when it was on GPA, was basically explaining like apparently in this specific timeline, like the penalty for murder was basically death. It's a death sentence if you kill. And that's the main reason why after that the Apple Justice kind of storyline it pushed Phoenix to try and change the judicial system, you know. So yeah, that's kind of like what started all this. So in the beginning, trial for murder, if you're found out guilty of murder, is going to be a death sentence. And obviously other trial with like super short and condensed, so you have like basically 3 days and that's it. And so Phoenix was kind of like, after this trilogy, obviously, he went like, nah, the justice system needs to change. And it kind of like put the things in motion for Apollo Justice and everything else afterward. But yeah. My goodness, 5 hours, Jesus. You could finish the whole thing. I'm so happy. I'm finally done with the series. I will definitely play other Phoenix Wright games. I might take a short break of it because there's a lot of reading. Thank you, Decoberry. Thank you, Mario. And thank you, Vixen, also. And everyone else who's been there during the journey. The next game that I really want to stream is going to be Persona 4 Golden. Obviously, I played Persona 3 before, plenty of times. Persona 4 Golden, also plenty of time. I will be running a New Game Plus save because I want to save myself from a lot of pain from leveling. I am still debating kind of like the romance route. I am probably going to run the single forever main character route, mostly because, okay, in my weird headcanon, I love the main character, but all the girls, I like Chie and Yukiko. I find that they belong together much better than the main character in any of them, the two of them. I know Decoberry, we argued about that. And mind you, I rolled all the romance route in Persona 4 Golden. So I know all the romances out there. It's just that I prefer main character to be single. Rosette is not my favorite character. I know that Mike TVT really loves her, but I'm like, nah, I can't do that. And Naoto, deep in my heart, I like her dynamic with Kanji. So I was like, it's going to be forever bros with me and Yusuke. But yeah, so I don't know when I'll be streaming. I'll try to stream like as soon as I can. But in the meantime, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. Love you all. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye!